Hello again, everybody. Matt Schumacher, Brad Hodder with you. Brad, Indy 11 might be playing their best soccer of the season right now, coming off arguably their best performance of the season against Orange County.
Yeah, you take a look at, and it's exactly how you'd want it scripted. A couple of losses to start the season, then a couple draws, and now you're running into a streak of 3 consecutive wins. And you could see early on in those first few matches, Coach Lowry was kind of joysticking things. Guys weren't quite in sync with what he wanted them to do. You could see a lot of his encouragement come from the side, a lot of direction, and now they seem to be in sync with the way he wants things pressed.
And Iose and Arteaga healthy in the lineup. That certainly has helped the offense as well.
Yeah, Iose's just magnificent with the ball. He can find anybody at any time, and he's so difficult to get the ball off of. And Arteaga, even though he's come in for just a little bit of minutes as he's worked himself back into health, everything has been dynamic. Every touch has been electric.
Indy 11 going for their 4th consecutive win. They have not lost since they dropped the first 2 matches of the season. And speaking of that Orange County win last week, that was comeback fashion for the boys in blue, scoring 3 unanswered goals in the second half.
Yeah, you hate going down a goal, but you certainly love when your guys can fight back and win it. In this first goal, Pino just outworked the defender who was trying to shield it out of bounds. He slots it over to Powder, who was probably in the game for maybe 20 seconds at that time. And this, just a magnificent ball for Arteaga to lift it over. And Pino always finds a way to get himself into the 6 in a critical moment to put the ball away.
Well, Pino, somebody that not only fans in Indianapolis talk about, but around the league. He has been a proven scorer throughout his career. And certainly to start the season, Pino with those 4 goals. Brad, tied for 4th in the league.
Right, yeah. He's been talked about in Indy for a number of years because he scored 9 against the 11 through his career. But he's been a prolific scorer in every stop that he's been in, except last year in Austin. You don't know if it was the wrong mix, the wrong system, or what, but he has certainly found his scoring touch again here in Indy.
With that goal and assist against Orange County, he picked up a Team of the Week honor for last week's performance. Indy 11 getting set to take on Hartford Athletic. The boys in blue looking for their 4th consecutive victory before a 2-week off period. When we come back, we'll have starting lineups and kickoff. Tonight's Indy 11 soccer match is brought to you by your Central Indiana Honda dealers, the official automotive sponsor of the Indy 11. And by Community Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine provider of the Indy 11. Welcome back to the mic in downtown Indianapolis. The teams, after about a 45-minute delay, coming out of the locker room, getting loosened up here as we get set to kick it off between the Indy 11 and the Hartford Athletic. Matt Schumacher, Brad Hodder with you. Delighted to be bringing you soccer. We weren't sure we would have it with all the ominous weather in the area, but nonetheless, we are set to go as we take a look at the starting lineups presented by your Central Indiana Honda dealers, the official automotive sponsor of the Indy 11.
You got Powder coming in place of Nicky Law. A little bit of a tweak of a hamstring early in the second half. Coach Lowry had to go to the substitutes a little bit quicker than he wanted, but it was precautionary, and it looks like he's in the 18, so it's not anything too serious.
And for the Hartford Athletic, they are very excited, Brad, to have Mr. Corey Herzog, the #2 leading scorer in the history of the league, in the starting lineup for the first time tonight.
Big pickup. They picked up Martinez just a little while ago. They got Herzog in the lineup. Little dynamic pop that came into the lineup. When you're 0-5, you need that bit of energy coming in, and that is going to be something that can lift Hartford's emotions tonight.
Still a team looking for its first victory in USL Championship play this season, and having to do it on the road against an Indiana team that might be the hottest in the league right now. As we take a look at tonight's injury report, brought to you by Community Health Network Sports Medicine, official sports medicine provider of the Indy 11. And you talked about Nicky Law, a little bit banged up, not in the starting 11, but he is available tonight. Brown and Jerome, though, both out.
Right, yeah, concussion that Brown's still trying to recover from, and then Mishak Jerome came down a little bit awkwardly, rolled his ankle early on. Thank goodness you got the depth of bringing Hackshaw in off the bench at that time, and then now he returns to his left back spot where we've come to be very comfortable with him over these last few years.
Both Brown and Jerome expected to be available against Memphis as we have kicked it off here in Indianapolis. Wow, already some action from Hartford. This is a team that is coming off a 2-1 loss to Detroit. And 0-5-1 record to start the year, Brad, but they have been in every single USL Championship game to this point.
Yeah, you take a look. They're giving up a few more goals than they'd like, but a lot of those have come. You know, you had the late winner in stoppage time where they lost to Detroit City just in heartbreaking fashion. But we're in that game in Detroit is, I don't want to say one of the surprises, because Trevor James has done a great job up there, but boy, have they come into the USL Championship and made some noise.
They have turned heads, no question about that, in year one in the USL Championship. Indy 11 in the blue checkered uniforms, Hartford Athletic in the white and teal. The officials tonight, Greg Dopka in the middle, Artur Rustamayan and Christian Little along the sidelines, and Aaron Patterson, the fourth official tonight in Indianapolis.
That's a good read. That's that press that Lowry looks for right here. A little bit of a missed touch across the back, and Pino sees if he can get up there and nick it.
The boys in blue coming off a 3-1 win against Orange County right here at home last weekend. Trailed 1-0 at the halftime break, scored 3 unanswered in the second half. And one thing that head coach Mark Lowry has said is that he doesn't feel like they've put together a full 90 minutes just yet, but that win against Orange County was awfully close.
Oh, my goodness. That was, you could just see everything is kind of rounding into shape a little bit better with each match. And, you know, it's difficult when you're starting to say, hey, we haven't played our best yet. You know, Iose's only been available real recently. Same with Arteaga. So you haven't had your best 11 available to you yet, and then you take a look at Solomon Asante joining this team in a couple of weeks. You got a new problem there, is getting this personality blended into this lineup.
You and I talked about it before we came on air during the rain delay. Having a guy of Solomon Asante's scoring ability injected into a lineup that has already done pretty well without him That makes this Indiana team really dangerous going forward.
I tell you what, it's, you look at the boost that Herzog might give to Hartford here, just having a guy that consistently can put the ball in the net and has done it, throughout his whole career. You take a look at the addition of Asante. Ever since that was announced, this team's been playing so much better. The confidence is just elevated. And to think you got this dynamic scorer. And the thing is, he's not just a goal scorer. He's equally gifted as being a playmaker up there. So you've got this great player that's joining this mix here in about 10 days.
Let's take a look at tonight's keys to the match, presented by your Central Indiana Honda dealers, the official automotive sponsor of the Indy 11.
We talked about it a little bit with the press from Mark Lowry. Is keep your foot on the gas. They've been very dangerous in earning repossessions up in their attacking third. And then, one of my favorite expressions, don't take the cheese. Every bit of cheese looks delicious in that mousetrap. Don't bite on it. And this is Hartford coming in at 0-5-1. They are not an 0-5-1 team, especially with the new additions up top. Don't take it for granted. Come out and play with the same kind of dynamic energy that you would against one of the top teams on the table. For Hartford, move the ball. It's one of the ways that you can break a press, is just to keep that ball, keep them chasing, get them to drain their energy, and then you got to be dialed in on restarts. They've scored almost half their goals off of restarts so far this season, but they've also given up some key ones that have cost them matches.
That's a great point. Against Detroit, they gave up that corner late in the ball game, which ultimately was Detroit City's game-winning goal. And that was the second time this year they've given up a late goal that ended up being the game winner on a corner kick.
Yeah, that's a tough thing. When you've played 6 matches and you've lost a game late off of not being dialed in on a corner kick, to have it happen again is really frustrating.
One might say this Hartford team has been unlucky, Brad, when you look at who they've played, how well they've played, and still unable to come away with a result. This is now their 5th road game in the first 7 games to start the season, and yet they've been within a goal against all but one USL championship side.
Right, and not just within a goal, but within a goal late in those matches, that it's been something that they're pulling a point, they're getting a result, and then they just have an unfortunate end to the match. And here's one of those things too. You look at the foul by Aguilar here, and it's unnecessary because Hartford's moving away from the goal, and now you give them an opportunity to have a restart here in the attacking half. Boy, it's good to see Arteaga back in the starting lineup.
Second! Yes, Joe, good!
Celebrating its 75th anniversary, Select is proud to be the official match ball supplier of the USL Championship. Choose what you play with at www.selectsportamerica.com. Select, League's choice, player's choice.
It's just a ridiculous touch by Iose. Just so calm. Defender's closing him down. Just a little flick between the legs of the defender. Buy himself a little bit more space.
There is Arteaga, has it jammed by Connor McGlynn. Second game in a row for McGlynn starting. Some lineup changes for Harry Watling's club as they're searching for their first victory of the season. And a crucial stretch coming up. They'll play 3 out of their next 4 games at home in Hartford. Boy, they'd love to steal one on the road against a very good Indy 11 team.
They can pull some points. They've got some new life in the lineup, but you're always sort of teetering on that edge when it's tough to get points and you're not getting the results that you want. To keep everybody confident, and winning is tough, and building that winning attitude is difficult. The thing with losing is that attitude spreads so quickly, so you got to find a way to break it. You got to find a way to get results, and if you can get one on the road against one of the top teams, that's going to be a big plus for Hartford.
Rain continuing to come down here in downtown Indianapolis. How much of an effect will that have?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to change the field a little bit. You're going to look at some sloppy play and maybe some... that ball's going to skip a little bit. The turf is notoriously has this habit of providing some skips and some hops that are difficult to read. And then you start adding in that it's slick tonight, and that's going to change things up a little bit. So the one thing you have to be dialed in on is the missed touch, the ball that's going to, go in a little bit of a funky way, and make sure that you're on your toes and able to handle any misdirection.
First corner kick of the evening here in Indianapolis. Raul Aguilera lining up to take the corner.
I like it. I like it. I like the overhit ball, and I like the ball put back across the box. It's you get the defender shifting inside the 6. You got the opportunity for a lot of confusion in that box. Just didn't quite get to the back of the 6 where a player could put their head on it. You got the guys lined up. You got Cochran at the top of the 6.
And Arteaga was wide open
Yep.
at that section of the box back there. Totally unmarked by Hartford's back line. I want to go back to a point you made just a few moments ago, Brad, talking about Arteaga's presence on the field. He hasn't played that much this year, obviously coming off that knee injury, but you can start to see how he changes the way this team moves the ball and that touch in the final third when he's on the pitch.
Well, there were a couple of things from last season that, that's a nice little thought. Ingram, or that was from Powder. There's a couple things that you pulled away from last season. One, he fights for every ball. He's a target forward, big body. He can finish, he can play make, but every ball that gets played up to him, he has defenders draped all over him, and he fights like heck to get the first touch on it. And that's something you like seeing as a target forward. The other part, too, is late in the season, there was I forget the team, but there was a little bit of a mix-up. And his entire team came to support him in that mix-up, and it's great to see because that tells you how a guy has won the locker room, when his team is going to all sprint in there to pull him away, get him out of any kind of conflict, and be there to support him.
There's a look at second-year head coach for that is Mark Lowry for Indy 11. His team in 6th in the Eastern Conference at the moment with 11 points, but certainly trending in the right direction. With so many new pieces on this roster, 18 new faces at the start of the season. You mentioned Solomon Asante will be joining this club at some point over the next 2 weeks as he is going through the immigration process. Certainly Indy 11 fans excited to see him in
goodness.
a Indy 11 uniform.
Kidding me? Yeah, you got so much talent. You take a look at, are you going to change the way you play when you add him in there? Because who you got to pull off when he comes? You've got so many dynamic players. Now, it's nice to have that depth because if there's injuries or if there are, some suspensions or guys need a break, you've got the ability to do that. But is there a way that you can blend this lineup to where you can have all of that talent on the field at the same time?
How would you blend it?
Me, I'd go with 3 front. I'd go with the 3 front. I'd go with Asante, Pino, and Arteaga up front. I'm not going to get into where I'd pull that guy from or who's coming off, but I'd like to see all 3 of them up there because you take a look at all 3 of them. They can all play make, they can all score. So teams that have to defend that, you can't load up on a guy. You can't double team a guy because the other ones are going to hurt you.
Sounds Pep Guardiola-esque.
I love a 3 front.
Here is a run from Arteaga. And it trickles out of play. And some scrappiness at the end of that
He's
run.
a fighter. He is a fighter. You get it. You get his best every single time, and it's always on the edge of some kind of physical confrontation. And Greg Dopka, the center, is saying, hey, let's stop it here in the 12th minute so it doesn't get to build on anything later in the match that needs some discipline.
Interesting note in this match. Greg Dopka, former player of Brad Hodder at Rose-Hulman, and you said he was a scrappy player in his day, so he can handle a little chippiness on the pitch.
Now he's got a great job But if you asked me from the players of my time at Rose-Hulman, who could be the guy that could be a center official, who could make that call, who could have the confidence to run a match, it's him. He understands the game, he's a scrappy player, and he's extremely confident. And you need that. You have to have it to be a great player. You certainly have to have it to be a center. I think one of the things, you took a look at Hartford 16 seconds in, playing that pretty direct ball over the top of Indy's back line, seeing if Herzog could get on the other end of it. And one of the things that, having a dynamic player changes it, but certainly field conditions do. If the field is a little bit slick and you're not able to have the same kind of touch in possession that you'd like, sometimes it's best, hey, let's just bypass the midfield. Let's win this ball. Let's win this game in the box.
Send it over the top. Certainly with Corey Herzog injected into the starting lineup, and Ariel Martinez with the ball at his feet now in his second appearance for Hartford. His team has a bit more of a punch up top than we've seen for the first couple of weeks of the season. Martinez and Herzog both mid-April signings. And this is Herzog's first game for the Hartford Athletic.
Here's Timmer just understanding where, spatially Panico is, spatially where Herzog is, where the pressure is, and just playing a nice ball back. Oh, what a strike.
Noah Powder on the receiving end. Bodies into the box now for the boys in blue. Back out to McQueen. Sent in. Arteaga looking for a touch from the head. Couldn't quite get on the back end of it.
What vision by Aguilara to see that ball and see Powder out there on the island and drop that ball into that space.
So the Indy 11, after that first 16-second scare from Hartford, have really been on the front foot for these first 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's tilted a little bit. Tough. That's one of those ones you got to be careful of, especially with the field conditions. Playing that ball back, playing that ball to the keeper. You got to make sure everything's at feet, because with the wet surface, the ball could move, player could slip. That's a clever move.
Into the middle for Herzog. And the flag comes up on the near side. First time we've seen him touch the ball tonight. He's only had a few days of training, Brad. They said that his first full day of training as a player was Wednesday of this week. And Perry Watling, in year 2, as the head coach at Hartford, said Wednesday's training session might be the best he's had since taking over the head coaching job.
Yep, I tell you, you interject a guy that's got 73 career goals into a training session, everybody's level rises.
And especially for a team that is still in search of their first win.
Yeah, just the confidence of just saying, okay, sometimes you're wondering, I mean, they're averaging less than a goal a game right now, and so you're wondering when you enter a match where the goal's going to come from. Well, now you got your answer. You picked up Martinez, you got Herzog, you got 2 proven goal scorers. Now you know where it's going to come from.
Hackshaw playing it forward for Iose, trying to get back behind Budati. And the flag comes up. Iose maybe just a touch too soon with his break.
And immediately puts his hands up and applauds the ball from Hackshaw, because that one's just a matter of a foot difference and it holding up and him being on sides. But you keep stressing that back line like that, good things are going to happen.
It is a back line for Hartford that has some newness. Their 2 center defenders in Tom Brewitt and Mo Jadama, brand new to the club this year.
It's a well-played ball by Panico. That's a tough ball.
And now Iose again.
Herzog bearing down on you. It's on your left foot.
How about that maneuver? Iose.
Tough.
About 17.5 minutes in, your impressions so far of the first half?
Well, I think both teams are trying to adjust to the field conditions, so neither one of them has really found their rhythm. You know, if Hartford is going to look to be a little bit more direct here, they've had two pretty good chances that have come off of that. You can see Indy trying to build a little bit more. So both of them are trying to settle into their game plans right now. And the field might not be complimenting their ability to get into that plan soon.
This portion of the match brought to you by your Central Indiana Honda dealers, the official automotive sponsor of the Indy 11.
Oh, that stuff. Good recovery by Ingram. He popped up, jumped up onto the 6 to try and see if he could nick the ball away. Got himself a little bit out of position, but made a great recovery run to slow down Hartford. You can see the craftiness of Herzog. He just keeps finding himself in a seam between defenders.
Johnson into the middle.
Oh, dangerous
ball. The end of it was Ariel Martinez.
Dangerous, dangerous ball. Got to be careful. There's two things. You either got to win that ball back in the box, or you got to get up and deny that serve.
Bet Rivers is the official sports betting partner of Indy 11. Bet with the winner. Elliot Panico making his 8th consecutive start of the season, has not come off the pitch. The keeper on loan from Nashville. And although he's not produced a clean sheet just yet, his team in the top 10 in goals allowed to start the season.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, you look at the clean sheet, and that's something you always strive for as a goalkeeper. You want it, but you come away, and if you get the 3 points, you're thrilled with that. But you look at the one that happened against Orange County last week, just a little, missed touch on the back line that leads to a breakaway, and they get punished for it. You like the pressure. It's relentless. Almost got one there.
To always be wary of the counter with Hartford. And a yellow has been shown immediately to Raul as he sent Connor McGlynn to the pitch.
And I'll tell you, that's one of the tough parts about the press is, Indy 11 sells out, sends some forwards in, brings up the midfield to try and win that ball in their attacking third. And when Hartford breaks the line, there's that opportunity for the counterattack. And so good job in recovery and to slow play down. But one of the things you have to be careful of with that press is once it gets broken, where are you exposed and how quickly can you fix it?
So the first booking of the night for either side comes 20 minutes into the first half. And a restart for Connor McGlynn in Hartford.
Good read.
You're a former keeper, have coached a lot of good ones.
Yep.
What's impressed you about Panico so far this season?
Consistency. I think that's one of the things that you just have to have, not just as a coach from your goalkeeper, but as a team. Your back line needs to know, hey, what are the things that he's consistently going to handle so we know where to press and where to push play. And he's been consistent throughout these 8 games. Has been fantastic.
Arteaga, 4th in the league coming into the night with 18 saves. And you have to credit this Indiana back line. He hasn't been forced to make that many saves this year.
No, and they've mostly been manageable saves. However, I'm never a fan of my goalkeeper being in the top 5 or top 10 in saves. That means I got some problems elsewhere that I have to fix. But, you know, you take a look at it, and when you trust your goalkeeper and you can give manageable shots that you know they're going to handle, those are okay. You know, keep them in a place that's easy. You know, there's never an easy save. Any ball that's on goal, you hold your breath a little bit on. But if you can give him stuff that he can navigate well, okay, give up those shots. And that's one of the things that trust is built between the defenders on. What are the things we need to dial in a little bit more on, and what are some of those things we can let shots or play come from?
This portion of the match brought to you by Keystone Construction. It's more than construction. We build a vision. It is Ariel Martinez down, playing in just his 2nd match of the year for Hartford.
Yeah, I didn't see contact. I wonder if he stepped wrong or. I think it was one of those ones where just a misstep. And those you always are, you're concerned about contact. But when a guy goes down and no contact, you just hold your breath because it's rarely good news.
No. Played about 30 minutes against Detroit City off the bench. Looks like he might be able to stay in.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of like a stinger. You just misstep and slight roll, and you just need a little bit of time. Might cost him a couple days in training, but
35-year-old from Cuba had 6 goals and 7 assists in 29 appearances last year for Miami FC. And he will walk off at least for now, but good news for Hartford, it's under his own power.
Right. And we were talking about this before the game, too. When you start getting a little bit more miles, I'm 35 years old, you start getting a little bit more miles on those legs, they have a tendency to go sometimes.
Spend an extra few minutes every night in the ice bath.
Absolutely. The cryo chamber.
There you go.
I'll tell you, you gotta love when Pino starts sniffing that there's going to be a turnover or a ball that he can get. He's just explosive when he comes out from right in at the top of the midfield and then looks to press a back.
Soccer Saturday presented by Indy 11. Join us every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. 25 minutes gone in the opening frame. And really, aside from a couple of kind of chances for Indy 11, neither team has really put that much of a threat on the opposing keeper as Ariel Martinez is down again. And this time, it might force Harry Watling to go to his bench early.
Yeah, these are those ones where you feel like, okay, I can put some weight on it. I think I can go. And, he tests it for a little bit. And, clearly he's not able to go. And it looks like we're going to see Peter Lee Vassell come into the lineup in place of Martinez. And he had a really interesting run with Indy last year, and that he was just kind of rounding into form, is becoming electric. Then he had national team duty, got called away, took a little bit of time to get back into the U.S. I don't know if it was green card, I forget what the mix-up was. Comes back in, is kind of electric again towards the end. Scored just an absolutely ridiculous goal at the top of the box in front of the BYB. But it'd be interesting to take a look at what that season would have looked like if you didn't take that middle chapter out. And I'm never going to fault a player for playing for their country. That's such an honor. But holy cow, he just started heating up, and then it took a little while to get him back into that rounded into form.
Scored 3 goals with Indy 11 last year in a shortened season, as you mentioned, because of his national team duties with the Pregame boys. Ariel Martinez, show of good faith there with Manuel Arteaga.
Yeah, I'm not sure what contact he's talking about. Maybe there was something prior to that caused him to misstep, but you could see in the replay that it was a no contact injury. Oh, looks like he's going to try and. Wow.
Peterlee Vassell sat right back down to the bench when Martinez popped up. So Martinez has gone down twice in the last 90 seconds. But he's a warrior, 35 years old, played in the Gold Cup for Cuba, defected, has had a illustrious career here in the States. He says, I'm staying in the ballgame, Coach.
You're cut from a different stone when you have a defection in your history. And then, 35 years old, you don't stick around in professional sports that long if you don't have a Warriors mindset.
He is still laboring as Indy 11 plays it forward for Iose. Pino now on the edge of the 18. Aguilera, Arteaga.
Tell you, we've had the privilege of seeing that ball from Neville to Iose for a number of years, but he delivers a great ball, but one of the luxuries with Iose is you just have to get it anywhere near him. He'll be able to bring it down. The guy's just incredible.
What happened? Don't beat it! Good! Hey!
Tough one. A little bit of a misread. And I think if he continued to backpedal a little bit, he could step into that one and maybe bring it down or keep it on the field.
McGowan Insurance is a proud partner of Indy 11. Visit McGowanInsGroup.com for all your insurance needs.
It's a nice touch. It's a nice touch.
Barrera keeps it alive. Played back for Apollon. And now a run from Lewis.
Well, you can see that run from Barrera. He's just running across the front of the back line, just waiting for a moment to dip in behind. Picks the perfect time. Martinez finds him.
Now some space for Iose in the midfield, but looking for support. Hackshaw into the attack. Aguilera. McQueen.
What a ball.
And Arteaga was right there, back post. Out it goes, and I believe we will have a goal kick.
What a ball. Great run, great opportunity. It came right off of a great opportunity from Hartford. The game's opening up a little bit.
Well, certainly Jimmy Slayton, the keeper for Hartford, while he hasn't had to make any brilliant saves, he has had to be on his toes with the way that Indy has thrown numbers in front of net.
It's the hat trick for Martinez.
He is down again.
That's tough. You hate to see it. And, he was the one that delivered that brilliant ball to Barrera. So, clearly he still, the pain wasn't so much that he still wasn't able to see, some of the opportunities. But clearly at some point, you have to make the decision, look, I'm not going to be able to help my team at the level somebody else can.
So Martinez will come off. Peterlee Vassell, someone that the Indy 11 fans know well from last year, will come on with about 13.5 minutes left in the first half.
In the 32nd minute, leading the match 6, Ariel Martinez, entering 8, Peterlee Vassell.
A little cheer from the hometown crowd.
The substitution brought to you by Jiffy Lube of Indiana. Martinez out, Peterlee Vassell in. Both teams still looking to break the ice. They're at Carroll Stadium in downtown Indianapolis. The 11 unbeaten in their last 5 matches. including 3 consecutive victories for the boys in blue. Meanwhile, Hartford, fresh off a 2-1 heartbreaking loss to Detroit, still in search of its first 3-point victory in 2022.
And I tell you, both coaches have to be happy with what they see out here as far as energy. When you look at Hartford losing such a gut-wrenching loss by a corner kick in stoppage time, you hope there's not this hangover of energy carrying on to the next game. And then certainly for the 11, you know, you got an 0-5 team coming in.
Johnson plays it into the middle. McGlynn tried a one-timer.
Uh-oh, trouble.
And now it skirts out to Arteaga.
Great recovery by Hartford. Watling is waving him on. He's, come on, guys, get in, get back into position. They did a great job of recovering, denying Arteaga a chance to turn the edge defender.
Fans, show your Indy 11 pride and get your exclusive IMCU Indy 11 debit card at any IMCU branch or online at imcu.com. Aguilera goes wide for McQueen.
Aguilera's been a great pickup. I've been so impressed with his creativity in the midfield.
24-year-old from Indianapolis. Played high school soccer at Pike. Also played a number of years for Carmel United. Won 3 state cup titles here in Indiana.
Just a little overhit, Got Iose on the backside. If he's able to get a touch on it, you'd like the way that one would have developed if he was able to get a touch and hold that ball along the end line.
Has been on the receiving end of a couple of really nice balls into the box. Just hasn't been able to get that finishing touch.
Yeah, and this is, you know, game 3. I think he's been active for, trying to get a few more minutes out of him, get him rounded into 90-minute shape. I'd expect maybe 60 from him today. Oh, what a find. Good ball by Timmer. Love it when your back line can see and find the target. I think that ball just had a little bit too much lift in it. That took a couple touches for Pino to handle it, and by the time he did, he had defenders on him.
You have to appreciate the fans who are out here tonight. They expected a 7 p.m. kickoff, and instead, nobody was allowed in until about 7:30. So many of these fans, including the BYB, stood outside in the rain for about an hour before they were even let into the stadium. And yet here they are, cheering on the boys in blue, looking for win number 4 in a row.
This city, this state, this community has been awesome for the 11. I mean, whether you know, from podcasts to the blogs to the social media to the BYB to the entire city has just embraced this. And a lot of this had its birth with Peter Wilt and what he did in this community, and how he brought all the different clubs and all the different soccer talent and soccer personalities together. And really it was this entire community that lifted this club off the ground to start. And then, holy cow, they've just carried the energy on. Look at the BYB singing in the rain. I tell you, I just love the energy of Pino and Arteaga up front. They're just relentless in their pressure on the ball. There's no easy touches across the back line.
Community Health Network, exceptional care, simply delivered. Community Health Network, the official healthcare provider of the Indy 11. Here is McGlynn. They've gone wide to the right side for Joel Johnson a number of times tonight. He plays it in with the left foot, and Herzog just able to get a boot on it. Not much there, and the offside flag comes up.
Tell you what, it was nice. You talk about Johnson being out here and them switching fields and getting him in a 1v1 against Neville. That's a really difficult 1v1 to handle. Usually if there's a 1v1 and you've got space behind that defender, that's kind of a green light to take him on off the dribble. Neville's a bit different. He's an excellent 1v1 defender, but then you take a look too, Iose tucks in behind for cover. So when Johnson looks up, there is no option but to serve the ball.
It's Aguilera down after some contact, and a yellow card has been shown. No official word yet on who, but I believe it is on Joel Johnson.
And the run of play, it just looked like incidental. You know, two guys going up for the ball, but you know, maybe he saw an elbow or.
So it does go against Joel Johnson with about 7 minutes left in the first half, and it sent Arteaga to the pitch.
I'll tell you, that is not an uncommon thing. You may say that again a half dozen times today. The way he plays, it's all out all the time.
Last thing these Indy 11 fans want to see, though, Brad, is him go out of the lineup again.
Yeah.
After returning recently from that preseason knee injury. We talked about it earlier. He just changes the dynamic of this attack.
I'll tell you what, he came in to, I think it was LA Galaxy 2. Came into that game, they were down a goal. He came in the last 10 minutes, and immediately he had 3 opportunities on goal. Oh, what a great build. What a ball by Pino.
Iose with the left. Iose puts it in.
Every time.
Indy 11 on top 1-0.
What great interplay between Pino and Iose, and I don't understand where the Hartford defender went. The first priority is you've got to stop the ball, especially when you've got a player like Iose on. You pretty much leave your goalkeeper out on an island.
Pings it off the back post, and Iose again.
Great touch by
helping
Pino.
Indiana get on the board.
And right here, the defender, instead of tucking to the middle to pick up a man, has got to slide over and stop Iose's run. First priority, you got to stop the dribble.
Scoring in the 40th minute with just 5 minutes left plus stoppage in the first half. And you could feel it mounting. Indy 11 getting closer and closer, playing Iose straight towards the box, and he went untouched.
And you know, a number of good things happen when you find Pino's feet. And in that one, he draws the defender over. Iose makes the run underneath. Soft touch into his feet. Io does the rest. Here we go. Here we go. Oh.
You almost had a souvenir.
I almost had my first save in 30 years.
Well, you told me before the game you've been saving that one.
I got one game left in me. I got one game left in me. That could have been it. If I have to make that save, that could have been it. It could be on the injured list next week.
This portion of the match brought to you by your Central Indiana Honda dealers, the official automotive sponsor of the Indy 11. A 1-goal lead for the boys in blue. They have not lost since 2019 when scoring first. That came in the conference final against Lou City. And over the years, Indy 11 have been tough to beat at Carroll Stadium. No matter the league they've played in, they've won nearly 60% of their games in this stadium.
And I tell you, I think one of the reasons for that is just the way it's laid out with the fans, the BYB. You know, you're right on top of the game. You feel the energy from the fans. You got that sweet sulfur smell after goals. That's sweet.
From all the smoke.
Sweet. Oh, my goodness.
Less than 5 minutes to play plus stoppage in the first frame. Hartford has found themselves playing from behind quite often this year. And they are playing from behind yet again against Indy 11 as Iose goes down, and a restart coming for the boys in blue.
Now, I don't, if I'm Hartford, I don't mind that more direct strategy here, looking to, move that ball across your back line, get it out to wide to one of the wing backs, and have that big sweeping change of fields out to the wing. But they keep hitting it to Johnson and Hackshaw, and he is a tough guy to beat in the air. You may want to try it the other way, bring it out to the right back, and see if you can find Herzog over on the other side.
The way the boys in blue are pressing, they're looking for another one before we head to halftime.
And one of the things that Coach Lowry said is, we want to keep playing, we want to keep our energy going, we want to stay on the front foot. Tough ball.
Johnson controls the power behind your mission. Johnson controls. Speaking of Johnson, here is Joel Johnson. Has been involved in the attack tonight for Hartford quite frequently, but nothing has come of it just yet.
Oh, it's a good ball.
There's a ball and the back post. It just skirts wide.
It's a good build-up.
Peter Lee Vassell was right there. Scored 3 goals in an Indy 11 uniform last year. He was close to putting one in for Hartford. And the first corner kick of the night for Hartford in the 44th minute.
They got 2 out. I mean, if they don't like the setup, they got a nice 2v1 developing here with Vassell right on the edge of the 18. It's a 3-on-1 if they want to play short.
And there's some chippiness down there with some of the reserves for Indy 11, and Barrera, who is trying to just get some space to step into this corner kick. He goes back post, and it's headed away by A.J. Cochran.
Yeah, it's just, it's nice looking, but it's just not an effective game plan to keep picking on Hackshaw. It's just not a door that a lot of teams are able to open.
The veteran in his 4th season with the Indy 11 and has capped a number of times for the Trinidadian national team, including this spring. He Gets Us, brought to you by Radical Ideas, like loving your enemies, your neighbors, and yourself unconditionally. Find out more at hegetsus.com. Harry Watling wanted a handball as it was played up to Arteaga. Instead, it trickles out of play.
It's well defended, too. I mean, he's right on Arteaga's back, so he knows he's got pressure, trying to bring that ball down. He lets Arteaga get the first touch on the ball and then steps in front.
4 minutes of stoppage, largely in part because Ariel Martinez went down 3 times in this first half and was finally subbed off for Peter Lee Vassell.
Tell you what, you love the mindset of a player that is so injured that physically he can't continue, but he keeps getting up. He keeps getting up and saying, I want to finish this. I want to finish this.
At 35, no less.
Unreal.
Ariel Martinez's story just inspirational in every aspect. Playing in the Gold Cup for Cuba back in 2015. They get back to the hotel one night after a game, and he tells his coach, "Coach, I'm not going home." And he walked off into the darkness, defected to the United States, and has been here ever since.
Unbelievable courage.
And you hope for Hartford's sake he's going to be okay. They are in the midst of their 5th road game in the first 7, but they get to go home for 3 out of the next 4. And maybe build some momentum, and he's certainly a player that is crucial to that going forward. A recent signing for Hartford Athletic this month.
what a turn. My goodness, Mr. Powder.
McQueen trying to track it down. It's run out of play, and it goes back to Hartford. Looking for just one more opportunity before the halftime whistles.
Oh, clever.
Johnson again, defended by Hackshaw.
That energy. Look at the energy. You can't fault him on the foul. You don't want to see the foul there, but the energy here, you're in the 48th minute here, and he's still chasing it down like it's the first minute.
There's Apollon. Has some space to work. Apollon still.
That's a clever one here. You got Peter Lee Vossel that tucks up, and he occupies Hackshaw. That gives Johnson a little bit more space and a little bit more freedom, because now Nebbiel's got two guys to navigate. I like that move. It'll be interesting to see if they keep that up in the second half, because if they push him a little bit higher, you put him into a little bit of a difficult decision. Cochran either has to come over and help, or he's got to stay on Herzog and pull Timmer in.
So that is the end of the first half. Lightning is in the area, but we at least got the first 45 minutes in. Indy 11 leads 1-0 thanks to that man, Iose, who was hunting all night, and he finally found one 30 minutes in.
I like that word. I'll tell you what, there's great play build up through Pino and Arteaga, and then you just can't forget about Iose tucked in behind them when you do get the ball into the target's feet.
So Indy 11 lead Hartford Athletic 1-0 after the first 45 minutes. We are now in a weather delay. Hopefully it will pass through us and we can kick off the second half on time. Boys in blue 45 minutes away from their fourth consecutive. Welcome back to downtown Indianapolis and Carroll Stadium. The rain really starting to fall here at the halftime break. Indy 11 lead at 1-0 thanks to a goal 30 minutes in by Stefano Pino. And Brad, he has had a spectacular week. Now a goal in this match. He had a goal against Orange County. and he wound up on the Team of the Week for Week 7 in the USL Championship.
Well, he earned that Team of the Week because the 11 was down 1-0, and there's a ball that gets played through, and the defender's trying to shield him from touching that ball, and Pino outworks him, gets the ball in, slots it over to Powder. Powder puts it away. Check out Jordan Farr, too. The ex-Indy 11 goalkeeper. I think that's his second stint on that list.
Now it's San Antonio as we take a look at some of the highlights from the win against Orange County. Pino all over.
Look at that. Just unbelievable. Great work ethic. Powder just comes into the game and immediately makes an impact. This is great. Here's another brilliant spot by Tiaga. He knows he's going to take a hit. He knows he can't get a shot on goal. He just lifts it into the 6 to see if he can get a teammate a touch. Pino, who always knows where to be inside the box, finds it. And then I tell you what, we didn't see the third one, but I love the goal by Briggs. He just was like a steamroller. He was just going to run over anybody and anything to make sure that that ball wound up in the back of the net.
We will step aside, and when we come back, more at halftime here at the mic, where it is monsooning after a 1-goal lead for the Indy 11. A 1-0 lead for Indy 11 at the halftime break, thanks to the first goal of the year by Ioze, who was hunting all through the first 45 minutes, finally broke through and provided a 1-goal lead for the Indy 11 as we are still in a weather delay here in downtown Indianapolis as we take a look at the news and notes around the league. And the inaugural season for USLW starts Friday, May 6th. Soccer in the United States, I don't think has ever been better. What do you think?
It is. It's on every level as well. You take a look at the youth level. The club system's strong. You look at what the USL has done with the championship, League One, League Two, the youth play. I mean, everything is building up. College soccer is great. This is a fantastic time to be a fan of soccer in the U.S.
And how about the assist king, Kenardo Forbes? 49 assists entering tonight. He's looking for his 50th. Second most multi-assist games, Danny Barrera, who's playing in the midfield tonight for Hartford Athletic.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he almost had one here tonight as well, but Kenardo Forbes, what a career he's had. And playing for Bob Lilly is a grinder, and he is, those two have been together now for so many years. You got to love the mental toughness, but he's just such a dynamic playmaker.
And you can download USL now on Konami for PlayStation, Xbox, and Windows. When we come back, we hope to be playing the second half of Hartford and Indy 11. The boys in blue going for their 4th consecutive win. They are unbeaten in the last 5 games, and they lead Hartford Athletic 1-0 after the opening frame. After a 90-minute delay, the second of the night, we are back and ready to play the second half between Indy 11 and Hartford Athletic. Indy 11 scoring the lone goal in the first half thanks to Iose's first goal of the 2022 campaign. The entire stadium cleared out at halftime due to weather, but I can assure you the Brickyard Battalion, the loyalists of them, back in full force, and perhaps even louder, Brad, than they were before we kicked off.
Yes, I think that 90-minute break might have gotten them to practice their songs a little bit.
And perhaps a little more liquid confidence quite in their cheers.
What a great touch. I'll tell you, one of the things, after this, the field's absorbed more water, might be a little bit slicker. Whoa, whoa, whoa. One of the things that you put in the heads of your guys is, hey, let's play this in our attacking half. There's going to be mistakes. The ball's going to skip. There's going to be deflections. Let's not have that in an area that could be critical to us.
Certainly, Indy 11 on the front foot for most of the first 45 minutes, and they pressed high when they did not have the ball.
Yeah, and that's something that's been, you've seen it gradually starting with the first half of Lou City, that they just started to get that edge. They started to figure out those rotations, who steps where, and then you've seen it grow a little bit more each match and becoming more and more effective. So I don't think direct play is something that necessarily would have been the game plan coming in for both teams, but I think at this point right now, hey, let's get it forward.
There is Pino. Flag stays down. Pino puts it off the chest of Jimmy Slayton. What a save by the Hartford keeper.
He had him. If he had it back to do over again, instead of high, it would have been just a touch on the ground, right past his feet.
That was blasted off Jimmy Slayton.
Goodness, what a great touch to free him up, and he just does not miss those. That ball stays low, it's 2-0.
And that becomes important because from what we can tell, they have to play 70 minutes for this to count as a game. If there is another delay after 70 minutes, there has to be a 3-goal differential in order for it to count as a full game.
Well, it's critical in the fact for the flavor of this game for Hartford. If they go down 2-0 in the 47th minute, it is a very difficult mountain that they have to climb. For Indy, that confidence, and they can adjust that and just say, hey, look, we're just going to knock it long. This game is going to take place in our attacking half, and that's it.
And the bulk of the chances in this game have come from Indy 11. We really haven't seen much, save for the first 16 seconds off the kickoff from Hartford, that would suggest Indy 11 is in any danger of conceding.
Right, and I tell you, take a look at the play of Arteaga and Pino and how they're playing off of each other. So that opportunity on goal comes from a ball to Arteaga, who senses, sees, knows that Pino is making that slashing run behind him, so he skips it off his head to play him in. This last one comes to him. Pino's not making that run. Arteaga knows that. He brings it down, looks to play it back.
There is McQueen battling with Jadama, and a foul on McQueen.
Yeah, and I know you're out of position in that, so maybe it's the foul so you can recover and get your shape back, but I don't like that foul. The ball's bouncing. You still got a chance to win it. You're pressuring him on his back. He's going to play that ball backwards. Then you can slowly ease back into your position.
Iose scored the lone goal for Indy 11 in the 40th minute in the first half. It was the result of great effort by Iose. Arteaga, Powder was in there as well. Noah Powder getting the start tonight, and they just continued to pound the zone, pound the 18, and finally Iose breaks through.
Yeah, that ball into Pino and then just laying it back to Iose was brilliant. But when you take a look at it on the defensive side for Hartford, you're going to look and you're going to say, we had a central defender And instead of stepping to press the ball, he drops back in to pick up a man back post. And, you know, if it's anybody at this level, you got to press the ball. But if it's Iose, you got to be there.
Scored many goals across his professional career as Andre Lewis lines up for the free kick for Hartford. In swinging ball, back post, and handled easily by Panaco.
Tell you, one of the things I like about a ball like that is the goalkeeper has to slide over to the post to receive it, and that gives anybody slashing down the middle almost an open goal if they can just get a piece of the ball. Easy call.
Of course, Indy 11, as that yellow card has been shown.
Not 100% sure why you argue that. One, you grabbed him, and two, it was up around the head, so that's an easy call for the official.
Goes against Yunus Budati, who is getting his second start tonight on the back line in place of Tulu. Easy call.
It's an easy call. I mean, you know, he's probably arguing the fact that Arteaga had him wrapped up, but you know, the official's going to see what the official's going to see, and you putting your arm around and being up around his head is going to draw a card.
So that is the second booking for Hartford Athletic. A team that is still in search of its first victory of the USL Championship season. They are 0-5-1. 4 of their 5 losses have come by a goal, 2 of them coming in the 90th minute or later, including a corner kick conceded to Detroit City last weekend at the 92nd minute. They have felt like they've been right there.
What hustle.
And certainly
what hustle.
Only trailing Indy by 1 here in the early going to the second half as McQueen plays it in.
And if you're Hartford, you're looking at that. Even though these are gut-wrenching losses, losing them late in the match, you draw from it. You say, hey, Detroit's a great opponent, and we were up 1. You know, it's slipping, but we're right there. We're right there.
Indy 11, 5 straight matches unbeaten after starting the season 0-2. Looking for their 4th consecutive win tonight before a 2-week break.
Clever ball, wow. Just a nice little touch and exploded into space. That was electric.
Taken down hard by Noah Powder. Nothing from the referee.
This is the second. You know, they're arguing because very similar to the yellow card that got called at midfield, arguing on this, but they've got a great opportunity here. Don't get too mentally into the fact that you didn't get a yellow card call, that it moves you away from doing what you have to do here. Great opportunity. Let's see if they put it to the back post, see if they can draw Panico to the back post and have somebody come and find it down the middle.
Andre Lewis and Danny Barrera lining up for the free kick. Restarts was one of your keys to the game for this Hartford club.
Critical piece, especially when you're on the road. This could be an equalizer here and change the entire complexion of this match.
Panico directing traffic between the pipes. Comes in from Barrera and handled by the Indy 11 back line.
So mixed it up. The first one, they went back post. Didn't get an opportunity on it. This one, they serve into the front post. Our first to the ball, just didn't get enough of it to slip it by Panico.
This portion of the match brought to you by your Central Indiana Honda dealers, the official automotive sponsor of the Indy 11. Shot there of first-year head coach Mark Lowry, who just picked up another massive signing. Solomon Asante going through immigration through his native Ghana right now, but he is expected to join the club in these next 2 weeks to begin training and should be available by mid-May when this team returns to action against Memphis.
When you look at that, you anticipate getting Brown back, getting Meshach Jerome back. You've got, you know, Nicky Law a little bit dinged up. You're still trying to get Arteaga and Iose back into game fitness. So you look at having this 2-week break here, get everybody healthy, get everybody fit. It's going to be a little bit different look when they come out of this.
Will be interesting to see how Solomon Asante, somebody who is just a goal scorer through and through, fits in to this Indy 11 attack, who already has so many weapons. Pino, Ioze, Arteaga, handball, and it goes back to Hartford.
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing on the field right now. And Fjellberg, who's bounced between starting and coming off the bench, he's just such a wild card. There's something really interesting about the way he plays.
Indy 11 premium suites are the perfect way to entertain your guests. Learn more at indy11.com or call 317-685-1100. The folks in the suites were happy to be in the suites tonight with all the weather we had. They didn't have to leave the stadium.
And the food in there,
it's
fantastic.
The food, the drinks.
It's always perfect weather in the suites.
I snuck into the suite during the halftime break. Got myself some barbecue meatballs.
I was wondering where you went.
Connor McGlynn plays it back for Yunus Boudadi.
Look at the energy. Look at the shifts. Look at the energy. That's a nice ball.
And a whistle.
Yep. Grabbed his arm. Tried to pull him. Some fouls that I wonder about. Like in this one here, you've got 3 players slashing into the box. You get a great ball served in. In that, I think you just got to trust and try and outwork somebody and get to the ball.
It's interesting you talk about energy. Indy 11 has had it coming out of the halftime break. Harry Watling, the second-year head coach for Hartford Athletic, imploring his team on the sideline to pick up and match the energy of Indy 11.
That's a nice little turn.
And one back promptly by Aguilera. And now Arteaga.
Good ball, good switch.
Ioze, edge of the 18. Ioze saved again by Jimmy Slayton.
Wow, that's a great save. That's a great save.
2 big saves to start the half from Jimmy Slayton. And he keeps it at 1-0.
And I'll tell you, the tendency sometimes as a keeper, when someone's walking in, when that leg goes back for the shot, sometimes your momentum rocks back up on your heels, and it puts you in a position that you're not able to make a low save like that. The fact that he kept his weight forward and was able to get down for this ball is impressive. Look at Ioze dancing through those defenders. That's slippery. Unbelievable. That's a good word, slippery. That is a good word for tonight.
Not quite as slippery as Brad Hodder in his heyday.
Oh, yeah, he slipped a lot. Good thought. Good thought. Just a little overcooked on that.
Can't watch the match? Turn on SiriusXM FC 157, North America's only 24/7 source for engaging soccer talk, including USL All Access Tuesday nights at 7 Eastern. Plus, hear live matches from the USL, MLS, English Premier League, and more, all on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SXM app.
It's crazy how quickly this game can change. That was trouble in the back for Hartford in the box. Played it back to the keeper under a little bit of pressure. He hits it, and it turns into an opportunity going the other way. It's just incredible how much the game can change with a missed touch, a bad decision.
Indy 11 player down on the edge of the 18. Central referee Greg Dokpaka standing over Aguilera, who has been down once before earlier tonight. Looks to be okay. And the first corner kick of the second half for Hartford. It'll be the former Indy 11 standout, Peter Lee Vassell, who scored 3 goals in 20 appearances last year for the boys in blue. Neviel Hackshaw chesting it down and playing it into the midfield.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't take the 3-on-1 in the corner kick in the first half. might have been something that they saw and said, hey, okay, next time we get that, if they only come out with one, let's look to play that short and see if we can work a little combination and get a serve in.
Pollen quickly throwing it into Herzog. Just joined the club on Wednesday. And a ball across, headed away by A.J. Cochran.
Dangerous, dangerous serves. Right now they're poking and prodding around the 6, seeing what they can find. You look the game, life, so much about balance. As gut-wrenching as those 2 late corners that Hartford has given up. You know the game of soccer is due. They're due to get one going for them.
They have just been so unlucky at times. I think back to Luca Perpa putting one off the crossbar 10 yards away from the mouth of goal, something that he would usually finish. This team in the last couple of weeks has had 2 shots off the post or the crossbar that would have either given them the lead or tied the game. And that has been the difference for this Hartford side, from getting a result to being on the wrong end of a losing effort.
And they know it. I mean, you feel it as a player. You're frustrated by it, but you recognize, hey, we're not 0-5. You know, we've just had a couple bad bounces, a couple things not go the right way for us.
Rashawn Dolly now checking in for Peter Lee Vassell. Dolly does have a goal this year, scored the lone goal, in fact, for Hartford last weekend against Detroit City. The substitution brought to you by Jiffy Lube of Indiana. Here we go for the second corner rather. Ball still on the ground, and it's punted over the top bar.
Goodness, what an opportunity for Hartford. In the 6, 2 touches in the box. Pops it a little far out where he's got to be leaning back, and that's what causes the ball to go back up over the bar.
Dolly finding it right at his feet, 2 seconds into subbing off the bench. And speaking of substitutions, Indy 11 will send on Nicky Law and Jonas Fjellbjerg. Nicky Law, of course, as we mentioned at the top of the show, has been dealing with a bit of an ankle, but was made available for tonight's match. We weren't sure if we would see him, and we will see him in the 62nd minute.
He's such a worry. You know that even a little bit dinged up. He's got 500 pro games under his belt. Even a little dinged up, he's tugging on Coach Lowry's sleeve, saying, okay, I can go. And he's so important to this club, too.
What influence does he have when he's on the pitch?
It's just a different game. When the ball is at his feet, it's very similar to Iose. He sees the game at such a high level. He reads it at such a high level. Rarely does he make the wrong decision.
I guess that's what 500 appearances at the professional level will give you.
Yeah, that's like that. What is that? That 10,000 hour rule. You do something that many times, you're going to be pretty good at it.
15 years overseas before coming stateside last year. And now in his 2nd season with the boys in blue. Arteaga just always a nose for ball, staying with it.
Well played by both. You know, Arteaga does a great job using his body to shield off and get a touch on that ball. I'll tell you what, you know, if you're Indy 11, you're getting a little bit concerned that there's a little bit too much play going on in your defensive third. And if you're Hartford, you're starting to like the way that this game is tilting a little bit.
There is Herzog. This portion of the match brought to you by Keystone Construction. More than construction, we build a vision.
Can't keep giving looks like this.
Herzog joining the club as a full-time player for his first training session on Wednesday of this past week. And making his debut tonight in Hartford athletic uniform, the 2nd all-time leading scorer in USL Championship history. Can he find the equalizer?
That's a good ball.
And headed away, I believe that time by Jared Timmer.
Wet surface, a lot of activity, a lot of bodies in the box.
Lots of contact both ways there. Nicky Law walks away unscathed. No card for either. But Tom Brewitt, the 24-year-old center back from Liverpool, still down. It almost looked like his knee buckled as it made contact.
Ooh, yeah.
With Nicky Law.
Hyperextension as he came down. You know, there was contact with Nicky Law, but that hyperextension was happening as he was landing.
And that is a tough sight for Hartford Athletic. Tom Brewitt, first season in the USL Championship last year, named the club captain, led the team in minutes for the Tacoma Defiance. Big offseason pickup, and has really bolstered this back line for Hartford.
Big body too, with as many restarts as they're having, just outside the 18, as many corner kicks as they've got. You know, you'd certainly hate to lose a big body attacking piece to be on the other end of those restarts. Good to see him walking off without a limp.
Looks like he'll stay in the match, just to come off momentarily until play restarts. Bet Rivers, the official sports betting partner of Indy 11. Bet with a winner. Panico on the goal kick. Flicked ahead, and Pino almost able to connect with the end of his boot. Instead, into the hands of Jimmy Slayton, who's already made 2 game-changing saves in the second half. Could very easily be 3-0 at the moment.
And the crazy part about that, it could be very easy 3-0 for Indy 11, but the last 10 to 15 minutes has been played almost in their box.
To what do you attribute the change?
Well, you've had a couple of great, like, direct balls, the skip off of Arteaga to Pino. So it's these one little counterattacks as Hartford is throwing bodies forward. So the bodies forward is being effective for Hartford because they're creating opportunities and restarts from it. But the effective thing that you're giving up for Indy 11 is the counter space and the transitional opportunities.
And they certainly have the speed and the tools up top to take advantage of space. Saw it with Ioze in the first half. He was given some breathing room and tucked home his first goal of the 2022 campaign. On the restart, and immediately a whistle gives it back to Indy 11. This portion of the match brought to you by Community Health Sports Medicine. Exceptional care simply delivered.
And you can see that Hartford's elevated their press as they chase this game. They're pushing their lines a little bit higher. They cause a turnover because of that.
Paulin, who has been much more involved in the attack to start the second half than we saw in the first 45 minutes. Lewis loses it out of bounds. Pino so close to making this a 2-0 game in the opening minutes of the second half, if not for a beautiful save by Jimmy Slayton.
Again, good pressure leads to an opportunity.
Puts it ahead for Dolly. And punted away that time by Panico.
Set it up! Go, Manu! on, Charlie!
Weird opportunity. The way he was winding up, I thought he was going to look to play the early ball in behind the back line, see if he could find a runner back post.
Markey!
Another corner for Hartford. The third in the last 8 minutes. Corey Herzog right in the grill of Panico. In swinging ball near post.
Oh my goodness.
And a whistle. Foul in the box. Goes against Hartford.
Little obstruction in there. You take a look at it and you see, defenders and goalkeeper miss the ball so badly, and you recognize there's got to be something. There's got to be a push, a shove, something going on in there.
Herzog, the wily veteran, didn't quite get away with that one.
Show a pair of balls and play football! In the high! Heavy on!
Smart play. Smart play. Again, I don't think it's an effective strategy to keep trying to see if you can get one past Hackshaw. This has been effective for Hartford. Elevating their lines. They've created turnover. Here's another one.
Fjellberg on the far side. Fjellberg still, and was cut down by Lewis. And now Arteaga. Pino forward. Fjellberg poked away, and a corner kick coming for the boys in blue.
And important for Indy to get this game slanted a little bit back, where it can take some pressure off their back line for a bit. Get the BYB, incredible. Rainy day, rainy night, still out.
Near post, flicked forward. Knocked down by Arteaga. Now ahead for McQueen. Across the mouth of goal, and beautifully played by Tom Brewitt.
Well done, great serve. Brewitt does all he can to stop that ball from having to be defended inside the 6.
I mean, if he's not there, it's one-on-one between Slayton and an Indy 11 attacker.
That's just a touch and a redirection.
And so now it's McQueen from the other side. Harry Watling staring on. His club desperate for a win. 0-5-1 to start the season.
I tell you, Fjellberg is so good walking the end line.
Hackshaw fighting for it, and finally Slayton diving to scoop up the loose ball.
Important stretch, important couple minutes, just to let the back line breathe a little bit.
Denny Companies tearing down the pass so you can build the future. Trusted contractor since 1990. And now Arteaga. Pino is ahead. Left off for Nicky Law. Law again, and the second touch deflected away. And he's arguing for a handball. Meanwhile, Greg Dopka immediately signaling to the Hartford training staff to come onto the field after that ball was played away. Again, beautifully by this Hartford back line, who has just kept this team in the game. So many chances In the opening 20 minutes or so of this second half, Indy 11 still arguing its case for a handball. Mark Lowry cannot believe it, Brad.
Absolutely incredible decision between Pino and Arteaga. Pino's offsides, Arteaga skips it. Neither one of them misses a beat. Pino doesn't go to play the ball, otherwise it would have been offsides. Arteaga explodes into the space, carries it in, slots a great ball in. Nicky Law with an unbelievable finish opportunity that goes off a head, a hand, and right back to him.
Yunus Budati took it straight off the face and then hit the back of his head against the knee of his keeper, Jimmy Slayton. And this Hartford back line has given up limb after limb to keep the ball out of the back of the net.
I tell you, they're making a game of it. They're making a game of it.
And still, the support staff for Indy 11 on the bench beside themselves that there was not a handball. Budati comes back on. Pino tippy-toeing the sideline, can't keep it alive. Is it just me, or does the second half feel like it has flown by compared to the first 45 minutes?
It's end-to-end. I tell you, the pressure from Hartford has created some opportunities for them, created some problems for Indy 11, and then you take a look at the counterattacking opportunities from Indy 11. It's been difficult for Hartford to handle. It's been a very different but very exciting, what do we got here, 30 minutes?
Offside after a yellow was issued to A.J. Cochran. Starting to get a little bit chippy out here between Hartford and Indy. 2 yellows aside. Mark Lowry perhaps pondering how at least one of the 3 or 4 chances on frame did not find the back of the net to give his team a little bit more breathing room as they search for their 4th consecutive victory.
Well, you got those 2 great saves, that's one, but then this last opportunity, you know, if you don't get the penalty kick call, you have the ball at the feet of Nicky Law, just about inside the 12, and you're thinking, okay, doesn't matter, we missed the call, we can put that in.
Check out the Indy 11 app and the boys in blue. Take them with you wherever you go by downloading the all-new Indy 11 app in the Apple Store or on Google Play.
Oh,
what a ball by Brewitt as he was looking for Dolly, maybe just a step or 2 behind.
And right in that seam between Cochran and Timmer.
Lewis creating the turnover. Up ahead to Herzog.
Just can't have that turnover.
Down he goes as McQueen took him to the turf.
You're possessing the ball. All of your teammates are getting forward in support. That turnover then puts you out of position in transition.
Good, Justin. Round ready. What's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with this guy?
There's a little bit of space between Ingram and I think Aguilera that Herzog can slash into if they play it correctly.
In swinging ball, back post from Lewis, played well by Panico.
Not sure I understand the thought behind that one.
Panico really has not been tested all that much tonight. Any ball that he has quote-unquote saved has been incredibly savable.
And that's that manageable stuff. You know, we talked about it earlier. I'm not a fan of my goalkeeper leading the league or being high up in saves. But if those saves come in really manageable situations, desperate shots from out far, you know, near post stuff where there's no angle, I can live with it. And,
right.
And you see what the defenders are doing for Indy 11 right now. They're keeping it a very manageable game.
Panico, of course, on loan from Nashville SC. Top 5 in the league in saves. But as you mentioned, Brad, many of them have not been the type of intense stress-inducing saves. And credit to the back line for that. They have made many of his saves this season manageable.
Right, and they definitely want to come out with 3 points instead of 1. But they also want to get that first clean sheet of the year.
9th in the league in goals allowed, but still waiting for that elusive clean sheet.
Not sure the thought there. You carry it up, you get yourself out of shape defensively. It cannot be a turnover.
Arteaga with space. Arteaga misses back post just by a few feet. And another near miss for Indy 11 in the second half. Now Mitchell Curry comes on for Herzog. 80 solid minutes for Corey Herzog in his debut for Hartford. And you know, as the season goes on and his fitness increases, he is going to be a difference maker for this team.
Yeah, you can still see some pace in him here in the 80th minute. So maybe the touch was a little bit off. Maybe fatigue was factoring in. But, you know, a guy that's played that many games in this league understands he's got to be there 100%. It's a good switch.
There is Joel Johnson, defended by Hackshaw. What a matchup that's been on the outside tonight.
I love it, whether it's Ioze or in that situation, Fjellberg. Somebody tucks underneath Hackshaw after Johnson brings the ball down.
Now Connor McGlynn looking for some real estate.
Good find.
Barrera up ahead to Apollon. Apollon back across and booted away.
You could see the creativity in that ball from Barrera. You could see why he's got 7 multi-assist games in his career.
Second most in league history, behind only the assist king,
Mr. Canardo Forbes. Both of those guys are fun to watch. Something really artistic about the guy that's a great playmaker, that just sees that space before it develops, sees the run before it happens.
Fans, a reminder to watch Wish TV, your local news source. Find them online at wishtv.com or on the free mobile app.
What a touch.
Pino striding forward. Big takedown of Fjellberg. Nothing from the referee.
Yes.
Hartford running out of time here.
Oh, what a ball.
But perhaps something here, and the offside flag comes up on Mitchell Curry.
They got the build, they've got the connection. The run is just a little too forward. The timing's got to be a bit better.
Now Mitchell Curry again. And there is Jared Timmer winning the duel in the 6.
He is so deceptively fast. Every time that you think Jared Timmer is beaten, he finds a way to get goal side.
Standout player just 5 miles north of downtown Indianapolis during his collegiate career at Butler. Now in his 3rd season donning the Indy 11 uniform.
A lot of former Bulldogs around here.
Yeah, one right next to you.
Good serve.
Lots of contact in the box. 2 players still down. You could hear the collision from our booth. And both training staff summoned onto the pitch by Greg Dobka.
That was a great serve. It's one of those balls that's going to slice right through the 6. If you're Hartford, you're looking just to get a piece of it to see if you can deflect it by Panico. If you're Indy 11, you're trying to deny the ball getting through the 6.
I'm believe it could be Tom Brewitt again for Hartford, who went down earlier in the half with that hyperextension of the knee.
Well, he is so good in the air. He's got to be the target on a lot of these restarts.
Timmer, the Indy 11 player, shaken up. Here's another look at it.
Head-to-head, two guys going for the ball, one going out, one going in. You never like to see it. Nothing malicious in it, just
two
guys
center backs going at it head first.
Yep.
The USL Championship returns to ESPN2 as the back-to-back Eastern Conference title holders Tampa Bay Rowdies head west to take on a high-powered Phoenix Rising FC Sunday, May 15th at 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2.
Here you go, Mr. Briggs popping up. Puts his cape on for the last 10 minutes again.
He has become a super sub in the USL Championship.
Oh, I think it was RGV. He plays a beautiful ball in it's just a high-level thinking. Tuck the ball in behind his defender for Pino to grab the other end of it. Tuck it past the keeper for the win there. And then the last two games coming in stoppage time, scoring the game winner. And then just like a truck, ran the ball in against Orange City.
The final 5 minutes plus stoppage time brought to you by your Central Indiana Honda dealers, official automotive sponsor of the Indy 11. Briggs with 2 goals and an assist this year. All 3 of those coming on game-winning goals off the bench.
And probably cumulative time on the field was 45 minutes. Right. You play that out over 90, he's a 4-goal, 2-assist guy. Good flick.
And the flag comes up far side, just about 5 steps across midfield.
I'll tell you that the uncomfortable thing right now is the rhythm of this game is broken with all the fouls and everything. It just doesn't have a flow to it. And on stuff like that, you've got just crazy things that happen in these moments.
And we've seen now a couple of offside flags start to pile up for Hartford, perhaps pressing a little bit, trying to find that equalizing goal.
And that's it. They're getting the ball over the top. They're finding that ball. It's just the run on the end of it is just a bit too soon. They just got to have the time. It's got to flatten out a bit and then go.
Raul Aguilera comes off. Aries Briggs, who has been sensational off the bench, comes on for these final 5 minutes plus stoppage time. And a substitution brought to you by Jiffy Lube of Indiana.
Get Arteaga coming all the way back to pull the ball off the target. That's why his teammates love him. He's willing to do that dirty work. Here he's put in 88 minutes on those legs, chasing things down up front, but he's willing to come back and help his teammates out when they're out of shape.
A Paulin, out swinging ball into the middle. Connor McGlynn fighting for it. Briggs called for the foul, and that results in a very dangerous position for this restart for Hartford.
I'll tell you what, this is where Nicky Law carved up Atlanta.
And again, Mark Lowry just at a loss for words.
Yeah, this is probably right on the edge of... You've got everything at your disposal here. You can hit a shot. You can play a little underneath ball. There's got to be a shot. At this point in the game...
Question is, who takes it? Is it Barrera?
I'll tell you what.
With as creative and tricky as he has been.
You look at that ball that he played up over the top, just scooping it to the back post. That's high-level stuff.
It is Barrera and Jadama discussing the move here. Less than 3 minutes to play in regulation. 1-goal deficit. Jadama misses over the top bar.
I like having that setup. I like having, two players on that ball, both taking a look at it. Keeps the goalkeeper honest. But you never know. Is the wall set up correctly? Is the goalkeeper in the right spot? Maybe the better shooter is the guy on one side, but the better opportunity comes from the guy on the other. And you have both at your disposal.
Probably the best look of the night for Hartford Athletic. And it results in a goal kick for Indy 11. Morales Group, staffing agencies find jobs, but Morales Group builds futures. Check them out at moralesgroup.net. And another foul whistled against Indy 11, and this time the support staff on the pitch arguing the boys in blue's case here, and the training staff out there as well for Arteaga, who is down for the second time in this match.
As soon as his hands went to his head, the training staff was out on the field. It's one of the things that's so different in sports today than, you know, back I was going to say back when we played, but that's quite a bit of a gap there. But any kind of contact to the head, any kind of head injury is taken with such a level of seriousness where, you know, back in the day, it's like, how many fingers am I holding up? Okay, get back in there.
We'll deal with it later. 4 minutes of stoppage added for all the injury time and stoppages due to collisions that we've had in the second half. A very physical second 45 minutes at the mic. But now Indy 11 just 4 minutes away from their 4th consecutive win of the 2022 campaign.
God, Fjellberg is so good dancing down the line.
Finally, he was cut down as Tom Brewitt goes down behind the play. And it's immediately won back as a yellow card has been issued to Fjellberg. 3rd of the night for the Indy 11. Just about 3 minutes left for Hartford to find the equalizer on the road in search of its first win of this season in the USL Championship.
That's not okay!
Good win. And that's pretty much, I mean, right now, you just got to keep that ball in your attacking half. Don't let anything goofy happen with this service. Don't let anything happen. You know, you mentioned it's a chippy game. You don't want any kind of foul that's going to lead to a ball that just gets served into the box.
Wow, lots of pressure there. Slayton turns it over to Pino. Now Indy 11 coming into the attack. Fjellberg holding it up.
Unreal.
Fjellberg still. And finally cut down, that time by Jadama. Now a run again from Mitchell Curry.
What a ball.
Curry back across.
Wow.
He was looking for Dolly, who has been right there a couple of times in this second half, but just a step or two away.
Absolutely brilliant play to bring that ball down. Keep McQueen back on your shoulder. Curry does a great job of placing that ball, slotting it across the 6, out of the reach of Panico, giving Hartford a chance to find the other end of it.
Lewis. Less than 2 minutes left in the stoppage. Indy 11 hanging on here. They've had many chances to increase the lead. Credit to Hartford, especially the back line and Jimmy Slayton for keeping Hartford Athletic in this match. Joel Johnson to throw it in. Forward for Dolly. Headed away by Timmer. Offside flag is up. It'll be Indy 11 ball.
Get it up front, hold it, kill this game off in the attacking third.
And if they can hang on, another excruciating 1-goal loss for this Hartford team, who, if they lose 1-0, will have 5 of their 6 losses this season decided by 1 goal.
It's tough. And on the road against a team that has so much momentum and energy like Indy has in these last 4 matches, it's a tough loss if it develops that way. And they had a start, I think, a year or 2 ago while their stadium was being built or finished, where they had to spend an entire month on the road.
I remember that.
And it was just a tough way to start. And after they got home, they started to find their rhythm and were able to make a bit of a run.
Still an opportunity as Dolly plays it in. Punched away that time by Panico. Best save of the night.
Great read.
By the Nashville SC loner. Now Pereira.
Oh, wow.
The left foot weaving through traffic out to Apollon. Apollon away by Fjellberg.
Yeah, you talk about that by Panico. Best save. It's not going to go down as a save. It comes out, he punches it, and it's being proactive to prevent that ball getting through to the back post where he has to make a save.
And that'll do it from Carroll Stadium. 2 rain delays, a goal, many stoppages, and the boys in blue, Brad, come away with their 4th consecutive win and extend the unbeaten streak to 6.
Much needed clean sheet as well. This was a game that could have gone. I mean, here we talked about a couple of great saves in the back. This could have been a 3-2 game. 1-0 is a hard result for both teams because of the opportunities that they both generated.
A well-deserved first clean sheet of the season, not only for Panico, but his back line, and a hard-fought one at that.
A little bit of time off, a little bit of time to recover. This one took a toll. It's never easy to come out and play that first 45, have to sit for 90, get everything restarted again. In some ways, you feel almost like you had to play 2 games tonight.
There is the man of the match, Iose, whose lone goal, the separator, in the 40th minute of the first half, and you can see the Indy 11 teammates hugging their former teammate, Peter Lee Vassell, whose Hartford athletic team will head home and play in Hartford for 3 of the next 4 matches. Indy 11 extends the win streak to 4 straight, unbeaten in their last 6. Tonight's Indy 11 soccer match brought to you by your Central Indiana Honda dealers, the official automotive sponsor of the Indy 11, and by Community Health Network, official sports medicine provider of the Indy 11. A rainy, wet, windy night in downtown Indianapolis. 2 stoppages due to weather, multiple delays, lots of physicality. And it ends with Indy 11 on the winning side, the 4th straight victory for the boys in blue.
Unreal. Rattled off 12 points here in these last 4 matches. It's going to be interesting to see what the rest of the table looks like, how they played tonight, and where this puts them. It came in at 6th. This is great. That's 6 unbeaten. 6 unbeaten.
And that's after starting the year 0-2. And that's also with Iose and Arteaga still working back from some of those injuries. It's also playing without Brown, playing without Jerome, and playing without new signee Solomon Asante. What could this team be with the entire piece together?
It is a coach's dream right now. I'll tell you what, the thing with coaching that's so unique is that you're on a hot streak right now, but your brain always goes to that red flag, that hole that's out there. So now you're thinking about, how do we keep the guys focused? How do we keep them from being overconfident? How do we keep them grinding? This was a big one because this was a trap game. You got an 0-5 team coming in. You're playing at home. You're on a hot streak. Everything says, hey, this one's just going to fall our way.
And you got that 2-week break now coming up. They won't play again until May the 14th against Memphis 901. Gives them an opportunity to get healthy and to work on the training ground with some of these new pieces.
Yep, get healthy, kind of get recentered. It allows you to celebrate this one a little bit longer. But then you got to get back to work. The other thing it does is that next weekend's off. Everybody can get out to the W League game when they kick off their season.
Look at you plugging the new team.
How about that?
I like it.
I'm excited.
Coach.
Excited.
Love it. Indy wins it 1-0. We will be back with more post-game coverage after these messages. For okay. Another win in the hat for the Indy 11. 1-0 over Hartford Athletic. 6 straight games unbeaten, 4 consecutive wins, and the first clean sheet of the season for Panico and the boys in blue. This one was won because Iose in the first half was a man on a mission, Brad, and he finally hit pay dirt in the 40th minute.
Yeah, it was a great ball into Pino. Iose makes a great supporting run in behind, and the role of that first defender is to stop the dribble. And instead of doing the primary role, he goes and he does the second job of picking up a guy in the middle. When they break this one down on film, the coaching staff is going to be livid.
This 36-year-old from Spain picks up his first goal of the season in his 5th season with the Indy 11.
And when you look at what his role is, it's more of the guy that can hold possession, move the ball, be more of a playmaker. But he's got so much experience, he recognizes when the seas part, I go. And that's what he did. And the keeper actually did a pretty nice job of cutting off the angle. It was just the back post, but you can't even give a window that small to Iose.
Takes advantage, gives Indy 11 a 1-goal lead at the halftime break. They carry on to win it by the same score. Tonight's final score brought to you by Sherwin-Williams, with more than 25 locations across Indianapolis. Your neighborhood paint store is always there to provide the perfect finish. final stats really say it all. Interestingly, though, Hartford Athletic almost doubling up on possession. We saw them really take over in the attacking third in the second half, but Brad, it didn't matter. The back line of Indy held up, and that one goal from Iozzi, the difference.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, take a look at the conversion rates. These are something that was way off in the first 2, 3, 4 matches. Here you got 8 shots, 3 of them on target, so you're almost 50% there. 1 goal and 3 shots on target, so 33% conversion rate. Good numbers. You're trending in the right direction.
What's your takeaway, not only from this game, but the last 6? Unbeaten streak now extended to 6 games.
The one thing you like is you get into looking at postseason, you want to make sure that your team has handled all sorts of stuff. Coming from behind, in the weather, a break in the game, having an early goal and having to defend it. So you're starting to check those boxes and all the things you want to see from your guys.
For our producer, Adam Smith, Brad Hodder, and our entire Indy 11 crew, I'm Matt Schumacher saying so long from the mic, where Indy 11 has won their 4th consecutive match, picking up their first clean sheet of the 2022 campaign.
This copyrighted telecast of the United Soccer League Championship cannot be retransmitted, rebroadcast, or reproduced without the expressed written consent of the United Soccer League Championship.